So in 2026, we need a change of direction at Holyrood as much as we need a change of direction at Westminster today. Because the SNP has failed the people of Scotland, breaking our NHS, ruining our once world-renowned education system, and tarnishing our politics by wasting and misusing your money. A complete failure to deliver economic growth, which has left public services in crisis. So Scotland has the opportunity to fix the SNP's mess by electing a Scottish Labour government. And we are starting the work right now of developing that programme. So this manifesto recognises that voters want to know about the changes a future Scottish Labour government would make using the powers we already have. Changes like making Scotland the best place to start and grow a business, with fairer business rates that levels the playing field between the high streets and the online giants. A transformation in our planning system so that it no longer becomes a barrier to investment. Rebuilding community policing so that people have confidence that when they report a crime, it will actually be investigated. Reforming the Scottish Parliament, banning second jobs and even third jobs and fourth jobs, and introducing the right to recall MSPs who have engaged in wrongdoing. Reducing the attainment gap in our education system, supporting teachers and restoring colleges to their full potential. And of course, most fundamental of all, protecting our NHS in Scotland for the generations to come and making sure it's fit for the future. So this election is a key moment in our nation's history. The choice is more of the same or change with Labour. And I know Scotland has extraordinary potential just waiting to be unlocked. And Labour will unlock that true potential of Scotland. We have worked tirelessly so that our party is ready to serve you again. And with Keir Starmer in number 10, we will have a government on the side of the people of Scotland. Because Labour is now the only party in Scotland trying to pull our country together. This election isn't about how you voted before. It isn't whether you were Remain or Leave or whether you were yes or no. This election is about everyone in Scotland coming together to deliver the change our country needs. And there is only one route to change, and that's a vote for Scottish Labour. This manifesto sets out the journey to a better future for Scotland, today, for tomorrow, and for the decade to come. And it's a future that we can build together. So when your postal vote lands this week, or you go to the polling station on July the 4th, let's make sure. Let's make sure we kick out this rotten Tory government. Let's make sure we elect a Labour government with Scotland at its heart. Let's make sure we start the journey to grow our economy, invest in our NHS, maximise Scotland's influence, make work pay, power our country on clean energy, and bring back hope and opportunity for young Scots. Let's make sure we continue that journey and deliver the change that Scotland needs by using the powers of devolution, improving our schools, fixing our NHS, and tackling poverty. Let's make sure we have fairness, hope, and opportunity back into our politics. Let's make sure we put Scotland at the heart of a Labour government. And let's make sure we deliver the change our country needs. You can only do that by voting Scottish Labour in this election. So let's go win that future together. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We're now going to take some questions from journalists. We'll start with Sky, I believe. We'll get you a mic, will we? Anas has got the mic.
Hi, Matthew Thompson from Sky News. Let's talk about your favourite word. You mentioned it once or twice there. It's on the front of this document, change. You'll be aware, though, that the actual spending plans in this document are pretty tiny. They're smaller than the well, certainly previous Labour manifestos. They're smaller than the Conservatives offering, the Liberal Democrats offering. The IFS, respected economic think tank, has called them trivial. So actually, is this less of a manifesto for change than a manifesto for keeping things largely the same with some different faces on the front cover?
Well, let's be really clear. After 14 years of chaos and failure, where our economy has been trashed, the public finances have been destroyed, and our public services have been decimated by the Conservatives, we have lots of work to do to change our country and to go on that path of a decade of national renewal. And what we've very deliberately done in this manifesto, both here in Scotland and across the UK, is recognise what we can do right now, set out the first steps for change, and recognise that this isn't the height of our ambition, but is the starting point of what we do if we elect a UK Labour government. And there might be some that want to downplay the damage done by the Conservatives over the last 14 years. We can't downplay it. We have got lots to do to fix the mess, but we are being honest and straightforward about only making promises we know we can keep and only making spending commitments that we know we can afford. But I would much rather go into this election under-promising and over-delivering rather than what we've had under the Conservatives over the last 14 years and under the SNP for the last 17 years, which is promise the world, deliver nothing, and break trust in our politics. That's why we need change across our country. I'll take Chris from the Daily Record.
Hi, Anas, over here. Anas, can I ask, are you in Scottish Labour still opposed to the two-child cap on child benefits? As I had a look through the manifesto and I don't see any mention of it.
Short answer, yes. We were right to oppose the two-child limit. We were right to vote against the two-child limit. You will have seen the comments that Keir Starmer himself made yesterday. But the honest reality is, after 14 years of Tory economic carnage, we will not be able to do everything we want to do as fast as we want to do it. And that's why we've set out the first steps for change, the things we would do immediately. And that's why we made economic growth our #1 priority. So it's through the fruits of that growth we can further invest in our public services and to make sure we're lifting people out of poverty. But let me make one thing absolutely clear. Fighting poverty is in the Labour Party's DNA. It's who we are, it's why we exist. And we believe the best route out of poverty is work, and that's why straight away, through our New Deal for Working People, we would give a pay rise to over 200,000 Scots, which would lift tens of thousands of people out of poverty. But that's just one stage of that long journey for change. And we've also made a commitment to renew and reform universal credit. So if you want to fight poverty, if you want to give opportunity to every young person across our country, on the 4th of July, you've got to make sure we get rid of the Tories and put Scotland at the heart of a Labour government. But you only do that if you vote Scottish Labour. I'll take Kieran Andrews and then Connor.
Thanks, Anas. One of the central ways of raising money that you've talked about is removing the VAT exemption on private schools. But here in Edinburgh, there are a lot of schools, state schools, which are already oversubscribed. The 150 million in the manifesto is not going to touch the sides when it comes to either building the physical extensions or additional infrastructure needed for schools. So what are you actually going to do to help state schools if private pupils end up transferring into them, as has been talked about at the moment?
So we've already talked about the really difficult financial situation we find ourselves in because of Tory economic carnage. And we already recognise that our public services are at breaking point, including our schools as well as our hospitals. And that's why we have to make difficult decisions in the early days in order to get that immediate injection into our public services. And we think it's perfectly reasonable and balanced and fair to remove the VAT exemptions on private schools in order to put more money and resources into our state schools. And let me explain why. Right now in our state schools, we've got record levels of violence. We've got teacher numbers being lost right across the country. In my own home city of Glasgow, 173 posts gone in the last year alone. You've got teachers in the middle of a cost of living crisis who are having to spend their own money to put resources into the classroom. The number of pupils that need assisted support needs has gone through the roof, and at the same time the number of ASN teachers has fallen under the SNP's watch. And that's why we think it's perfectly rational and fair to remove that VAT exemption in private schools so we can give that immediate injection into our state schools. And one of the things that's often said is that, you know, parents have aspiration for their children, and that's why they send them to private schools. Actually, every single parent has aspiration for their children. Every child deserves equality education, and we think it's a fair step to take to remove those exemptions so we can put more money into our state schools and support young people across the country. I'll take Connor and then Libby.
Hi, Anas. Given where I've sat, I feel like I've become a candidate, but...
There's time for you yet, Connor, there's time for you yet.
This manifesto is almost a carbon copy of the UK Labour manifesto. Isn't it true that once Keir Starmer's in power, you and all of the people here who are going to be elected to Westminster are going to end up doing whatever he says, regardless of what you think and what Scottish Labour members think?
Look, first of all, nonsense. And I think anyone that has seen the relationship that Keir and I have built together, working together to restore and change our Labour Party, working together to rebuild trust with the public, and working together to develop a programme for change in every part of our country, I think people can see straight away that this is a genuine partnership to deliver change for every corner of our country. He recognises, just like I did, that Scottish Labour needed to be better if we wanted to deliver a UK Labour government. And we recognise that UK Labour needs to be better if we were to deliver more change and Scottish Labour MPs from Scotland. And that's why we both worked hand in glove over the last 3 years to change our party so we're ready to change our country again. And he, just like me, recognises that this is a two-step process for change. These are the first steps if you elect a Labour government and make sure we get rid of the Tories on July the 4th. And then we will start immediately the work of changing the lives of people here in Scotland. And we will work really hard in the run-up between now and the election in 2026 to make sure we deliver that second step process of change. And then when you have the full use of powers, with politicians willing to work together, to cooperate when it's in our national interest, we believe we can transform Scotland in the process. And that's why with pride and passion, we are arguing the case for a UK Labour government with Keir Starmer as our Prime Minister. I'll take Libby and then Alistair. I can't see Libby. Oh, there she is.
Right here.
You're hiding behind Sarah Boyack.
Thank you. You say in the manifesto how important it is to set out for voters the changes that the party would make specifically for Scotland within the devolution framework. But how are you going to meaningfully make those changes without devolving things like immigration and employment law?
So, first of all, we've already set out, so you're right, in the manifesto we set out the direction of travel for the kind of change we want to see in 2026 in those areas of devolved policy. You'll completely understand why we are not writing a budget for 2026 because we will not know the scale of the SNB carnage of the financial situation here in Scotland. But we have set out the ambitions of the kind of change we look to deliver. Specifically on immigration, as it's set out in our manifesto, we recognise that there are different migration needs in different parts of the country. And we have to partner our immigration system with our skills system if we are to build the economy and the public services of the future. But right now we have a complete disconnect. You've got the Conservatives who have lost control of our immigration system, and you have the SNP who have completely failed to properly workforce plan, meaning that we are filling the skills gaps with cheaper labour from abroad. I would much rather we had a balanced immigration system that worked in partnership with our skills system, but made sure we invested in our young people here at home so they could have the skills for the kind of jobs we need for the future. So that's the balanced approach we take on migration. On employment law, again, we've set out in the manifesto the transformative change that we would make with Angela Rayner's New Deal for working people, the most transformative change in workers' rights in a generation that includes banning exploitative zero-hour contracts, ending the scandal of fire and rehire, giving employment rights from day one, for example, paternity leave in particular, which for so many young dads is not a current possibility because of the current rules. And a centrepiece of that, again, is delivering a genuine living wage, which is a pay rise for over 200,000 Scots. And as also made clear in this manifesto, we want to see how we can use devolution to entrench those rights from future attacks from the Conservatives. Alistair, don't worry, I'm going to get to you. Don't worry, I'm not ignoring you. I've got a long list. Alistair, on you go, and then after that, I'll take Andrew.
Hi there, thanks very much. Just on the two-child benefit cap, is the truth not that Scottish Labour has simply climbed down over this and, as Connor said, accepted the UK party line. Last year, your deputy, Jackie Bailey, was saying she'd do everything in her power to encourage the party to have that promise of ending the two-child cap. And if I could just ask as well, just very, very briefly, I wondered what you made of those reported campaigns north and south of the border with viral messages on WhatsApp, Facebook, urging the parents of private school kids to create panic by pretending they are going to send their kids to state school and creating the perception that those state schools are going to be flooded. Thanks.
First of all, the two-child limit, let's be really clear. We were right to oppose it, we were right to vote against it, and we're right to want to change it. And we, again, have worked really hard right across the UK to only include in our manifesto promises we know we can keep and pledges we know we can spend money on right now that our country can afford. And as Keir Starmer made clear yesterday when he was asked this question in a broadcast clip he did down south, as Rachel Reeves made clear when she was here in Scotland and was asked the question a couple of weeks ago, and as I have made clear, once the financial circumstances allow, we want to move on the two-child limit, and we want to move in terms of reforming and renewing universal credit. So this document we are publishing today and the manifesto we published last week is our first steps for change. We want to go further than this, but we only do that if we deliver a strong growing economy and move on from the complete incoherence and incompetence of a Tory government that's done so much damage to our country. So if you want to fight child poverty, if you want to give opportunity to every family across the country, on July the 4th, you have to make sure we get rid of the Tories and deliver a Labour government. And on the second question, I was asked this before because obviously there was game playing. I would call it game playing, to be honest with you. I think we need to be much more mature and grown up about that. I don't think we should play games in terms of trying to game the system. We've already made clear that the removal of the VAT exemptions on private schools is a difficult choice we've had to make because we recognise we need an injection of money to go into our state schools to take on the harsh challenges that's facing far too many young people across our country, and that's something we stand by. Andrew Limouth, is it? Oh, you've been swapped?
Yeah, sorry, different Andrew. Andrew
Different
McDonald
Andrew.
from Politico. So just to clarify on the two-child benefit cap, are you still committing to trying to pressure the Labour government to drop it once the fiscal room appears? And can I ask, given that Keir Starmer appears to have changed your mind on this, can you point to any examples of times where you have changed his mind on policy?
Well, first of all, there is no change of mind. We, right across the UK, we voted against the two-child limit. We continue to oppose the two-child limit. We all want to see it go, but we have to recognise the economic circumstances we currently find ourselves in. So I honestly believe we're pushing an open door rather than trying to be frustrated by our colleagues across the UK. They want to defeat child poverty. That's why having an anti-child poverty strategy is a centrepiece of our programme. It's why we have been clear this is the first steps for change, and we want to go beyond this as long as the economic circumstances allow. I think it's always better, actually, to be upfront, honest with the country, to say we're only making promises in this document that we know we can keep, and we're only making spending commitments that we know we can afford right now. But if the economic circumstances approve, then we want to go even beyond this document. You heard it yesterday from Wes Streeting when he was talking about the changes he wants to see in England's NHS. You heard it from Rachel Reeves, you've heard it from Keir Starmer, you've heard it from people right across the spectrum and in every portfolio. This is the starting point for change, but you only get to do that if we take the chance to get rid of the rotten Tory government on July the 4th and elect a Labour government. And on the examples, I'll give you one perfect example. GB Energy, headquartered right here in Scotland. Something argued for and delivered by Scottish Labour. Our Make Work Pay campaign, a centrepiece of our manifesto here in Scotland and right across the UK. Worked on, designed together, obviously in partnership with our wider Labour and trade union movement, but also pressured and campaigned on by the Scottish Labour Party. What we do with the Scotland office to make sure we stop it being the eyes and ears of a UK government here in Scotland, but instead make it Scotland's window to the world. A delivery unit for Scotland across the UK and our trading partner that's going to go out there, sell Brand Scotland and create more jobs and opportunities here at home. If you look at the financial services industry review that was done by Rachel Reeves and the Shadow Treasury team, that was launched here in Scotland, recognising that we need to pull more resources and jobs out of the centre that's often viewed as being London of the financial capital of the UK, and recognise actually we have a huge hub of financial services here in Edinburgh where we want to build, grow and create more jobs. I could list more and more and more. This is a programme for change for every part of our country, and Scotland is going to be at the heart of that next Labour government. Okay, Andrew?
Thanks,
I'll
Anas.
take Andrew, then Jessica.
On GB Energy, do we have a location for whereabouts in Scotland GB Energy is going to be? And if not now, can you say when we might know? And secondly, we had Grant Shapps yesterday pretty much conceding the election. How is that going to affect your vote? Are you anxious here about turnout?
So, firstly, in terms of the location, I've got lots of candidates here, and honestly, if they ask me for a pitch of any one more area for Scotland, they've got to the stage now when they're arguing for it, they're undermining the case for their local community. But look, we want GB Energy. Of course, it will be headquartered here in Scotland. We'll set out in more detail where it will be headquartered the other side of the election. But I think a really important point to make about GB Energy is, whilst it may have a headquarters, and of course that will be a central hub of thinking around those investments, we want the investments made by GB Energy to actually benefit every community right across our country. Because I think one of the big mistakes when we think about the clean energy transition is thinking that it's all opportunities only in the North East, or perhaps only opportunities in our rural, remote and island communities. Actually, there's huge opportunities in our urban communities as well as our rural communities and our island communities in the North East, the Central Belt, and actually the whole of Scotland. And that's where we will look to make strategic investments in our port infrastructure. I can hear Martin McCluskey talking about the Inverclyde port already. Our port infrastructure and our supply chains, because that's where the large-scale jobs will come from. Right now, we've got all these investments happening, but it's all jobs for Norway, Denmark, other places. I want those jobs to be here in Scotland and the UK, and that's why we're going to invest in the supply chains, as well as making the investments in onshore wind, offshore wind, solar, tidal, hydrogen, carbon capture and storage. And I think we need to have an open debate about micronuclear here in Scotland as well, because that is what gives us the baseline. Right now, we are relying on our baseline from nuclear energy coming from England. I want those jobs to be in Scotland as well. Why should those opportunities only be reserved for other places across the country? So I think we have to break that ideological gap. And I've given such a long answer to the first question, I've forgotten the second question, Andrew, so please tell me. Oh, sorry. So, look, you're going to hear lots of game playing from the Conservatives over the next 17 days. And so I honestly believe that the only positive campaign in this election campaign so far has been the Labour parties. The only hopeful campaign has been the Labour parties. The only party that's talked about aspiration, talked about change, has been the Labour Party. In a really strange way, it seems that the SNP and John Swinney are even more depressed about the prospect of losing a Tory government than even Grant Shapps and the Conservative Party are. We're going to keep up that positive campaign for change and recognise that the reason why people are moving away from the SNP and the reason why people are moving away from the Tories and moving towards Scottish Labour is because, not just because they want change, but they recognise that both of those governments have failed far too many people in our country, and the only way you get change is by voting Scottish Labour on the 4th of July. Jessica, after you.
Hi, Anas. You said some pretty strong, challenging words about tax hikes imposed on Scots. Are you able to rule out any further hikes under a UK Labour government, and that includes inheritance tax and capital gains tax?
So, look, the UK Manifesto, and indeed our manifesto here in Scotland, makes commitments not to raise income tax, not to raise national insurance, not to increase VAT. Of course, income tax is completely devolved here in Scotland, but we have to recognise the damaging consequences of the SNP using income tax as a substitute for economic growth. Because right now what's happening is, because of their failure to grow our economy, they're asking Scots to pay more and get less, and that's why there is such deep frustration across the country. And the second big mistake that the Nationalists are making here in Scotland around income tax is they've also started to use it as a political performance tool. So if you look at that change they made on the top band, when your independent research comes back and tells you that 90% of the money you expect to raise is going to be lost on behaviour change, but you still choose to make the change anyway, it doesn't demonstrate credibility, it doesn't demonstrate economic coherence. So I would much rather we had a fairer and more balanced tax system that put the pressure on those that can afford to pay more the oil and gas giants who are making record profits, the non-dom tax loopholes being removed so we can put more money into our NHS. We've already heard about the removal of the VAT exemptions to put more money into our state schools, clamping down on tax avoidance, which we think can raise around £5 billion over the course of the next Parliament. And that COVID Corruption Commissioner, I think not enough has been made of that in this election campaign so far. Let's not forget that Rishi Sunak himself was the man that signed those cheques to give tens of millions of pounds to Tory party donors and his pals, and we got dud PPE as a result. Utterly unforgivable, and demonstrates why we need change from this Tory government. So we set out the changes we would make in those kind of tax changes. We do not want to increase the tax burden on working people. In terms of our own view here in Scotland, we want to grow the economy and look to use the fruits of that growth to invest in our public services and to eventually bring down the tax burden for working Scots, because we think it's far too high under the SNP. Thank you. Got a long list here. I'll take Louise and then Simon.
Hi, Anas. I know you're an avid reader of Holyrood magazine, particularly given who one of your speakers was earlier today. I'm sure he won't mind me mentioning it.
I hope he reads it, or he's in trouble.
But I'm sure you'll have seen the comments made by Tony Blair to Holyrood magazine about devolution marking the 25th anniversary. If you hadn't, he said that devolution was successful because Scotland wasn't independent, and Scotland was further away from independence now than it ever had been. Do you agree?
So I think devolution has undoubtedly been a success because it's brought power closer to home. But on the 25th anniversary of devolution, I think we have to be honest to say that we haven't maximised the opportunities of devolution. And too many opportunities of devolution have been squandered, in particular over the last 14 years, where you've had two governments that have wanted to use devolution as a battering ram to pick fights with each other and ultimately fail Scotland. And that's why under a UK Labour government, we will reset devolution, take it back to its founding principles, where two governments are willing to work together when it's in the national interest, rather than using it as a way of failing people here in Scotland. And directly on the independence question, look, this election's not about independence. I don't support independence, I don't support a referendum, but I can understand why so many people across the country over the last 14 years have been desperate to run a million miles away from this rotten Tory government that's done so much damage to our country. And I can understand why so many of them have looked for the escape route, because they didn't think we could get rid of the Tories and they didn't think Labour could win. And that's why over the last 3 years, Keir and I have worked really hard to change our Labour Party, to demonstrate it can win again. And that's why in this campaign, with hard work, humility and energy, we are reaching out to people to try and build that support. And I say directly to people who may have voted for the SNP in the past, may have voted independence in the past, may even support independence at some point in the future. We may disagree on the final destination for Scotland, but we can all agree we need change right now. So let's go on this part of the journey together, make sure we get rid of the Tories and start to deliver the change that Scotland needs. Thank you. Simon, you were so desperate. You've got your chance now.
Lovely. Page 26 of your manifesto rules out any increase to any of the income tax rates and bands, including the top rate, in England, Wales and Northern Ireland. I just wondered if you could specifically rule out any increase in any band or rate in Scotland if you become First Minister in 2026.
Yes. Next question. Hamish from the National.
Hi, Anas. So we know two things. We know that you can't get economic growth overnight, and we know that the Institute for Fiscal Studies says that your plans, and I quote, do involve cuts both to investment spending and to spending on unprotected public services. It's time to be honest with people. Are you going to put up people's taxes? Are you going to cut public spending? Or are you going to borrow more money?
So let's answer that directly, because I know there's been lots of scaremongering from the SNP and lots of misinformation and, to be frank, lies in this election campaign. They started by saying there's no difference between a Labour government and a Tory government, and they were rightly ridiculed and laughed at by the Scottish people. They then pretended that we were going to privatise the NHS when Wes Streeting has himself said that he would die in a ditch before he allowed the NHS in England to be privatised. And when on the SNP's watch, 40% of the hip and knee replacements that happen in our country happen in the private sector because of their complete incompetence and a failure to properly support NHS patients and NHS staff. And the latest scare story that the SNP are trying to portray is that somehow there will be a return to austerity. So I have said it quite clearly, Keir Starmer has said it quite clearly, Rachel Reeves has said it quite clearly, and it is now in black and white in the UK Labour Manifesto, and it's in black and white in the Scottish Labour Manifesto. There will be no return to austerity under a Labour government. No return. That's what it says. And the reason why is because we have seen firsthand the damage done to our country by Tory austerity, and we're not going back there. That's the first point. Second is around how you raise revenue. And we've already, from the conversation we've had today, demonstrated how we'd increase the windfall tax on the oil and gas giants. That would raise £10 billion. The SNP has to explain, if they don't support the windfall tax, where that £10 billion is coming from. We've talked about how we close the non-dom tax loopholes. No clarity yet if they support that change. We've said we would remove the VAT exemption on private schools. They seem to have suggested they don't support that measure. We've said that we would clamp down on tax avoidance, which would raise £5 billion over the course of the next Parliament. They haven't been clear if they support that measure. And we've set out the use of a COVID corruption commissioner to get our money back so we can spend it on our public services. And again, they haven't been clear of whether they support that measure. It seems that they want to promise the world without actually doing the numbers and the sums themselves because they want to dupe Scots. And to be honest, Scots can see right past it. I think Scotland, frankly, I think they insult the intelligence of the Scottish people. So no austerity. We've set out where we're going to increase revenue. We have said that we would borrow to invest. And GB Energy is a perfect example of that. Billions of pounds of investment that would come here in Scotland in that clean energy of the future. And the final part is delivering economic growth. Now, I know John Swinney and Kate Forbes and the SNP don't understand economic growth and what it can benefit. Labour does. That's why we'll deliver it, and that means transforming our public services in the process. Conrad, and then I'll take an Andrew already. Conrad, and then Simon, please.
Thanks. You talked about trust in our politics, and Keir Starmer has abandoned 8 of the 10 pledges he made when standing for leader, and also pledged to end NEC impositions of Labour candidates, and he can't blame Liz Truss or Putin for breaking that one. So what is it about these 6 pledges which is sufficiently different that you trust him to deliver them?
I actually think he has been absolutely clear and refreshingly honest as a political leader to say when the economic circumstances change, then we have to change our outlook. I would much rather we went into this election like we are doing with a leader that is willing to say, I'm going to be honest, I'm only going to make promises I know I can keep, I'm only going to make spending commitments that I know our country can afford right now, and I hope to under-promise and over-deliver by making sure we deliver economic growth across our country. I think that is honesty, and I think it's treating the public with respect and as grown-ups, rather than what we've seen over the last 14 years under the Tories and the last 17 years under the SNP, where they make big promises, break them, undermine trust in our politics, and therefore you see the low level of trust where even politicians have started getting scunnered with politics. And that's why he is taking a different approach. And the reason why I know we can trust him to deliver is because he's done it before. If you look at the work he did when he was at the Crown Prosecution Service, he was willing to make the changes he needed to make to run an effective service. If you look at the change he's made of the Labour Party, he was willing to make the tough choices and the tough decisions and push back against the resistance to make our party work in the service of working people again, so we can look people straight in the eye in this election campaign and say, if you want change, we are the ones that can deliver it. And I know if he walks through those doors in 10 Downing Street, because that's the choice, we can wake up on July the 5th to 5 more years of Rishi Sunak, Suella Braverman, Jacob Rees-Mogg, and the whole other lot of them, or we can wake up to the transformational change that comes from a Labour government and Keir Starmer in number 10. I know what the majority of Scots want, and that's what we're going to try and deliver.
Do we have Sabine Kerr here? Or?
It was Simon. I've got Simon Kerr from the FT.
Yes, Sabine Kerr.
No, David. Oh, you're over there. Simeon, oh, my apologies. My apologies. When you've got a name like mine, you've got to pronounce it correctly. I apologise.
Yeah, thanks very much. I just wondered if you could, you've described the national grid. What in order to against vociferous operation position across northern Scotland?
So there's two parts to that. I mean, obviously, one is the grid and the second is our planning system. Both of which, if we are to deliver ambition, of the scale of the challenge, grid in the next 50 years. And it's going to require inspiring confidence in the private sector to help us make those big investments we need in grid infrastructure, and that's why that for change and work for our country, right thing for Scotland, and right thing for creating the, if we're going to get high-skilled, well-paid jobs that are going to our communities, and it's the right thing to do. People's bills. To an earlier point, I look at these first steps, and we're being really clear that we want to go beyond if the economic circumstances allow, but let's not downplay the significance of the transformational change that these 6 steps include, and our clean energy future is the perfect example of that. Something that disproportionately benefits the northeast of Scotland, disproportionately benefits Scotland, and something that we believe will benefit the whole of the UK. Thank you. And then 2 last ones. I've got David and then Neil.
Dave Forsyth here.
Is he hiding somewhere, is he? No? Neil from PA?
Thanks. It's been announced today that Scotland missed its 2022 greenhouse gas emissions targets. If you were First Minister, how would you get Scotland back on track to meeting these targets again? Would you want to undo the scrapping of the 2030 target, for example?
Thank you, Neil. And it goes to the heart of the question about trust. Making promises that the targets is the perfect example of that. This is big on strategy documents, big on committees, big on targets, but actually doesn't want to do our country. And that's why generation company headquartered right here in Scotland, SNP and the Tories have those new technologies of the future. It's also our Warm Homes plan, which would upgrade people's homes to actually reducing the cost of their energy bills. Also 2 big other fundamental things that need to focus on people's carbon rates. And I think now is so much of the changes that people can make, they're priced out of. Take electric vehicles as being one example of that. Look at our EV charging units. If you look to get access to EV charging, cheaper for people to access those. The big gap that we're going to have is what, and that's why working in partnership with our, how the economic benefit means we have to go for that just families, that the only route to this is higher bills You're not going to win the fight. This is going to reduce your profitability in your fight against climate change. We have got to deliver a stronger economy, better bottom lines for businesses, lower bills for families, more we're going to get to work straight away. That leaves me just one last thing to say, which is the of this election campaign, 7 sure we get rid of the Tories, put Scotland at the heart of a Labour government and to deliver the change our country needs. Let's go win that together. Thank you. You get my double chin there. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it distorting? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm sending quite hot, so I don't know. Can you turn up on yours or 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good stuff.
Do you know most of the people are there today? Yeah.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Great to be here in North Devon. Great to be here supporting Selene Saxby, who's an absolutely brilliant Member of Parliament, and very much hope that she gets back, standing up for North Devon, doing such a great job as she has been for the last Parliament. I want to say a big thank you to the Chugs, to David Chugford and his family for welcoming us here. A reminder, if ever we needed it, that our farmers, whenever I think of our farmers, I think they're not just great producers of brilliant food, they're not just fantastic custodians of our landscape, but they're also incredibly inventive and creative business people. I'm not a sheep farmer myself, but I live next to one, and because I got small hands, he sometimes asked me to hop over the wall during lambing season and help out. And I remember once delivering a particularly tricky lamb, and it came out and it was alive, and he said, "Thank you, Prime Minister. I'm going to call that one Dave, and I'm going to charge a premium." And so I was very excited to get back the following week, and I said, you know, "How's Dave doing?" And he said, "Oh, Dave's doing great." And I said, well, where is he? And pointed out this field. There were 200 lambs there. I said, "Which one's Dave?" He said, "Oh, they're all Dave." I'm delighted to be introducing our Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, and I just want to say two things, because you're here to listen to him. The first is that he took over our country as Prime Minister at an incredibly difficult time. These twin icebergs of COVID and the Ukraine war had hit our economy hard. They had brought the economy to a standstill, and they'd caused inflation to go up to over 11%. And his key task as Prime Minister was to get the economy back on track. That was his task, and that is absolutely what he has delivered. Inflation back down to 2%, our economy now growing again strongly. And that is what we need right now, is leadership in dangerous and uncertain times. The second thing I want to say is that in many ways to me, and perhaps I feel this particularly as Foreign Secretary, this election is a security election. Rishi and I care deeply about our national security, which is why we're putting defence spending up to 2.5%. We care about our border security, which is why we have the Rwanda plan and all the plans we have to get our borders under control and get rid of illegal migration. We care passionately about energy security, and we had a reminder of that with Putin and all that's gone on, and that's why we're determined to make sure we get the last gas and oil out of our North Sea and have a respectable and sensible path to net zero. And of course it's also about food security, which is why we're the only party at this election saying specifically we're going to have a target for food security. And you see a huge contrast. Our manifesto, I think, is one of the fullest and most complete about our farming, our agriculture, our countryside, our rural communities that I've ever seen a Conservative Party introduce. And yet from Labour we've just got 87 words on farming. That is it. Now, I'm here fighting for every vote for every seat. And the more votes and the more seats we get, the more chance the Conservatives have of winning. And if you are worried by these polls and think somehow we might not win, but it's important they're there to hold any future government to account, it's really important you vote Conservative. If you vote for anybody else, vote for the Democrats. They won't hold Labour to account. They're not a force to confront them. They're simply an echo of them. They would make them worse. More taxes, more spending, more borrowing, more wokery, more nonsense. They wouldn't hold them back. They'd encourage them to go further. So it's so important that we get all Conservative voters out to back our government, to back Rishi, and to make sure we cross that winning line on July the 4th. So that's why I was keen to come here today to introduce Rishi. He sits for a farming constituency. He is a huge friend of Britain's farmers, a big supporter of Britain's farmers, a big understander that we need food security in our country alongside the national security, border security, energy security and everything else. So with that, please give a warm North Devon welcome to Rishi Sunak, our Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. David, thanks for the kind introduction. David, thanks for having us. But also, it's great to be here to support Selaine. She does a phenomenal job for all of you in Parliament. She has single-handedly, with our colleagues, got British supermarkets to stock more British produce. She's made sure that the North Devon Hospital here is being upgraded, and she's standing up to all this Lib Dem council nonsense, which is making the traffic here a nightmare, I know. So look, please join me in saying well done, Selaine, for everything she does. Now, this week I'm very glad because I'm going to get to spend a night at home in my own bed. And you might think, well, why is that relevant for you? It's because, as David says, my home is in North Yorkshire, like you, one of the most beautiful rural parts of our country. My neighbour is a dairy farmer. In fact, David's sheep, the mules, all come from the auction mart in Wensleydale up near me, and the NFU reliably tells me that I represent more sheep than people where I am. So I don't get to go home at the weekends unless I'm getting our farming policy right. And actually, perhaps one of the most rewarding things about being a Member of Parliament for my part of the world the past 9 years is getting the opportunity to spend time with you and your colleagues and see what an extraordinary job you do for our country. Now, I grew up in Southampton. I didn't come from a farming background, so it's been a real privilege to understand the contribution that you make to our society. I know that you all do what you do, work the hours that you do, not for the money, obviously. You do it because you care deeply about producing the food that our country needs and wants. You do it because you care about stewarding the landscape, because it doesn't look like this by accident. And you do it because your family have done it for generations, and it's your responsibility. And as I said, we are extraordinarily lucky to have you and your contribution to our country. So let me first start by just saying thank you, because it doesn't always get appreciated, and people need to understand the contribution that you all make to our country. I certainly do, and as long as I have this job, I will always have your back. And as we know, it's been difficult the past few months for all of you, right? The wettest weather we've had pretty much on record, which is why, Selaine as well encouraging us with other colleagues to expand our farming recovery funds to make sure that we could get grants of up to £25,000 to farmers who are affected by flooding. And above all, since I've had this job, I've made sure we focus on food production. Because whenever I talk to you and your colleagues, that's the thing I hear. It's like, we want to produce food. That is our primary purpose. Support us to do that, and that's what we've done. Made sure that we've reoriented all our farming schemes to support food production, increase farm productivity. It's why we've made sure that in our manifesto, if re-elected, there will be an extra £1 billion in support for farming in the next Parliament, all of it geared towards food production, because that's the most important thing. It's why, as David says, not only do we already now have a food target, food security target, that we committed to, because we only grow something like 16% of our fruit in this country, 46% of our veg. We need to do a better job of that. We're going to go further and make that food security target legal, binding, in law, so that the entire government and country focuses on it. But when you're producing all of that food, we also need to make sure that you're treated fairly. You get a fair price for it, which is why I've ensured that we've laid new laws in Parliament in sectors like dairy, poultry, fresh produce, and eggs to ensure that you get fairness in the supply chain, that there's transparency in contracts. And those have started to come in, and if we're re-elected, more of them will come in too, because it's right that you work hard and you should be given a fair price for everything that you're doing. You'll have seen also that we've changed our approach to trade deals, making sure that you're not undercut, because what you produce is the highest quality anywhere in the world, and we need to maintain those high standards for all of you. And we will continue to support you with everything and anything that you need. Now, the contrast at this election is crystal clear. Because whilst we're going to do all those things for you, as David said, in the Labour manifesto, there were just 87 words about farming. No commitment to food production and food security. No commitment at all about the farming budget in the next Parliament. Forget about increasing it like we're going to do. They won't even say that they're going to protect it. right? Like, that is the choice for you at this election, which is why it's so important that you come out and vote and you talk to your colleagues. Now, beyond farming, I also want to make sure that you have financial security. As David said, we've been through a tough few years as a country, COVID, Ukraine, and my primary job when I took on this role was to make sure I could deliver financial security to you and your families. And we have made progress, but there's more to go. And that comes clearly when you can see our approach to tax cuts. Now, I believe in a country, like all of you, where you should work hard. But when you work hard, you should be rewarded. That's why we're going to cut tax on national insurance. We're going to halve it in the next Parliament. For those of you who are thinking about setting up your own business, becoming self-employed, I know what a risk that is. But I want to create a country with that type of risk-taking, that culture of enterprise. Innovation is something that we support. So we're going to abolish national insurance for those who are self-employed in the next Parliament. For young couples who want to get on the housing ladder, I want to support them. I remember what it felt like to get the keys to my first flat. I believe in a country where everyone can own their own home, which is why we're going to abolish stamp duty for first-time buyers in the next Parliament. For those of you with young children, with families, I want you to be supported. So we're going to change how child benefit works to expand it to many more families, because family is perhaps, I think, the most important thing in all of our lives and deserves to be supported. And I also believe in a country where if you work hard all your life, if you put in, then when you retire, you should have the dignity and security that you deserve. That's why David introduced the triple lock and protected it, and it's why in this election we've put the triple lock plus on the table. So if we're re-elected, we're going to raise the threshold, delivering a tax cut for pensioners and making sure that the state pension never, ever pays tax. Now, in contrast, Labour haven't matched a single one of those things. So, for example, for the first time in our country's history, we'll have a retirement tax where pensioners are paying tax on the state pension. And worse than that, you add up all the things that they said they want to do, it comes to a £2,000 tax bill for every working family in our country. And I don't think that's right, and that's why I'm fighting so hard in this election to deliver the security for you and your families. And it's worse than that, because I fundamentally don't think that the Labour Party's values are the values of our country when it comes to things like net zero. We should get there, but we should get there in a sensible way, not saddling you all with enormous bills or damaging our energy security. We believe in compassion and fairness when it comes to migration, but we've got to be in control of our own borders, because that's just common sense, it's just fair, and we've got a plan to deliver that. And when it comes to welfare, what we've seen since the pandemic is far too many people who can work are being left on welfare and not supported into work. And I think we can change that for the better. Reform the welfare system, support people into work, and free up money that we can reinvest in tax cuts and public services. That's the right approach to our country. But above all, as David says, this election is about the future. It's about who's got the bold ideas. It's about who's got a clear plan to deliver a secure future for all of you. Now, it's not just in farming, it's across the board that the Conservative Party can do that to you. We are the ones that can deliver financial security. We are the ones that share your values when it comes to freedom, to opportunity, to aspiration, to security. And given everything that you've done for our country, for your community, I promise you, I will stand up for you, I will deliver for you, and I will fight incredibly hard to deliver that better future for you and your families. Thank you. Right. Now, I think we've got... Are we going to do some questions? Jerry, who's in charge of the questions here? All right. Sir, go for it.
Okay, Brian Griffiths. I'm a sheep farmer. I'm no public speaker, so apologies for my bungling. So I'd like to just touch on essentially three buzzwords: production, sustainability, and environment. As farmers, we love to produce. You've said that. We love to do it sustainably. That makes sense for us. And we love the environment as much as anybody else. We love to see the hedges and wildlife and so on. You want those three things. The public at large want those three things, and we are ready and willing to do it. So where's the problem? It should be simple. But the reality is that somewhere along the way, there is... I'd rather check. Can you hear me, guys?
I can definitely hear you, but we are...
The lobbyists come into play. And by lobbyists, I mean people such as World Wildlife Fund or Rewilders, or even the likes of Natural England. And they have their own tunnel vision, and they have their own agenda. And what we tend to see is policy and schemes that are heavily influenced by them, They turn out they're complex, they're confused, but worst of all, they often have significant unintended consequences. So we find that these schemes can have an effect of driving farmers off good land, driving production abroad, and so on, all of which can be very negative. And it can disrupt the natural balance of things, if you like. So, and then we end up, it brings conflict. And so we see the likes of Selane. I've been with Selane when farmers are attacking Selane over a policy that DEF has brought in. And yet the reality is we're all trying to do the same thing. So to turn my ramblings into a question, can you give us an assurance that when you are forming policy, that you will consult with us? We have the environment and we are the producers, and involve us in forming that policy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Look, excellent question. And the simple answer is, of course, yes. And I think you're right, because a lot of farming policy got hijacked. It got influenced by people who weren't focused on the things that I was talking about. Right? And first and foremost, we can't lose sight of the fact that food production is the most important thing. And that's what we are doing now. And I can assure you we will continue to do that. And actually, if you want to have a look at the alternative, you can just see what the Labour Party are doing in Wales. Right? If you talk to any of your colleagues out there, as I'm sure you have, and I've been out there, they are terrified. Right? They are absolutely terrified. When I meet farmers there, they are fearful for their livelihoods because Labour are doing exactly what you were worried about, which is top-down imposing targets on farmers and driving them off their land, right? Influenced by all the people that you said. They don't care about food security and food production. They don't care about the impact on jobs or people's livelihoods or incomes. They're in pursuit of ideological targets, in hoc to many of these interest groups, and that's me leaving farmers in Wales absolutely devastated and anxious about their future, right? That's what, if you replicated, by the way, what they were going to do in Wales here in England, it means something like 2 million acres of land would be taken out of food production. Just think about that. It would mean something like 40,000 jobs would be lost and 28,000 farms would be at risk of closing. Right? That is what the Labour Party is doing in Wales, and that's what I'm fighting very hard to stop. Because everything you said is right, Brian. I agree with it. Of course we should work with you to make sure the schemes are simple, they're easy to use, and they support you to do what you want, which is produce food, of course look after the environment at the same time, but fundamentally get on, produce the food that our country needs, and leave you to get on with it. All right, next, who have we got? Yes, sir.
Prime Minister, welcome to North Devon, a county very similar to your own, agriculture and tourism. That's quality straw you stood on there. In fact, I need that for my daughter's wedding in 6 weeks' time. Farmers have access to unlimited solar and wind and would like the opportunity to harness the energy. But there's no grid connection and the planning process is difficult, to say the least. How do you move this forward? And on a personal note, we have put in planning for a pond to enhance the wildlife habitat. 6 months on, and the council are still asking for wildlife reports and biodiversity net gain. I'm not asking for 10 houses.
Yeah. All right. No, good question. I hear that a lot as well from my farmers. So I think the thing that we can do to make life easier for all of you is something called a permitted development right, which is where you just get to do things quite quickly without having to jump through a bunch of hoops. And actually, we've just passed a few of them. One of them is for those like David's neighbours who want to convert old agricultural buildings into more commercial ones like farm shops, right? So that is now very easy for you to do if you want to diversify and bring extra income into your farm. But the other one that we passed most recently was barn top and rooftop solar, making it far easier for those of you that want to put that in. It is now straightforward, quick process, and we're going to look to expand these permitted development rights. So where we can find specific things that we think are good for you, good for the community, good for the economy, where we make them fast track and easy to get through so you're not having to jump through tons of hoops or fill out lots of paperwork. So as I said, we've done a couple already that hopefully gives you a sense that I mean what I say on this, and if there are more opportunities in the future to go further, we should absolutely do that. I can't help you with the pond, though. I'm sorry about that. So. And congratulations on your daughter's wedding as well. It's great news.
Prime Minister, very good to see you in North Devon. I'm afraid I'm not from North Devon. I grew up on South Dartmoor, so I'm a moor person, and I thought I'd bring you a national park question. Brace yourself. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank the Prime Minister for guaranteeing in his manifesto a guaranteed budget for agriculture for the next Parliament. That is something that is significantly lacking in other manifestos. And we know how many people will go knocking on the door at number 10 and at DEFRA to try and get more money away from our budget. So thank you very much for that. And for listening to the lobbying on a lot of behalf. On to the national park. You've announced a new national park. There has to be a reason why every single person who thinks a national park is going to be in their back garden absolutely dreads it happening. And I've got one suggestion, because I like to keep things simple. My suggestion is that you have a third statutory responsibility, and that is that when you create a national park, our social and cultural well-being and economic well-being must be considered. Listen to this one.
That is a very good suggestion. So I have not one but two national parks in my part of the world, because we have the Dales and the Moors in North Yorkshire. And I've heard your suggestion and have thought actually about it in the past. I think there's a good argument for it. So I think those of you so those of you that don't know, so our national parks have these statutory objectives. So when it comes to things like planning or supporting projects, if it's not, squarely economic development, they might say, oh, we can't do it. And there's an argument for saying, hang on, you've got to think more broadly than the narrow definition that you're given. So that's a very fair thing that we should definitely take away and have a look at, because I think I broadly agree with you, right? People think about our national parks or our countryside in the wrong way. Some of them think that they're museums. They're not, right? They're living, breathing places that only look like that. The Yorkshire Dales up near me, it looks like that, and people come to visit it because all your colleagues up there tend the landscape in a particular way, right? It is managed, and when those dry stone walls fall down, right, out of their own pockets, they say, well, let's put a dry stone wall back up, even though it's going to cost me 5-6 times more than putting up a regular fence, because, as I was saying, you care about your role as stewards of our landscape. And we need to get that right in these national parks. For example, where I am, I don't know about yours, 97% of the Yorkshire Dales National Park is private land owned by farmers. It's not some government land that's owned by the, by the government. It is owned individually by farmers, and making sure that we support them to achieve all our objectives is really important, and something I have, as I said, some sense of from home. But thank you for your question. All right, who else? Who's next? Who have we got? Yes, sir. And then we'll come over to you.
Prime Minister Lord Cameron, I just question, as Toby Ansdell, I farm nearby, just a couple of miles away, livestock farmer, okay, heavily involved in the local area in the, thank you, in the TB coal, okay?
Yeah.
We were part of the group that put the coal together in this area. The coal nationally has been a huge success, a 56% reduction in TB. Mm-hmm. We're also seeing, on top of that, hedgehogs, skylarks, all those, the side effects of it. We know that culling badgers is not the only issue to do with TB. There are other things that need to be done alongside, but at the moment it's the most effective because of the lack of vaccine coming forward. Most livestock farmers would quite happily accept a vaccine if it appeared, but it's not appearing any day soon. We need a commitment from an incoming government that the cull will continue in the form that it has been, because it's been a success. Mm-hmm. Prime Minister, can we have that commitment?
Yes, of course you can, because, look, I see firsthand the absolute devastation that TB causes to those of you that are impacted by it. Right? I grew up in a small family business. My mum was a pharmacist, had a shop, and it was our life. Right? And it's when something happens to that business, it affects all of you, not just financially, but emotionally, psychologically, and I see that firsthand talking to those of your colleagues that have been impacted by TB and what it means for them. So it's right that we do everything we can. And I'm pleased that we're making progress, as I think you acknowledged. The outbreaks this past year are the lowest they've been in 20 years. Right? And part of that is because, as you said, the success of the badger culls where we've done them have brought the incidence rates down by just over 50%. So that shows that that plan is working, and I can give you that commitment. Right? I believe in the science, and yes, of course, a vaccine is good, and we're investing in research and development, but that is going to take some time. So culls have to be part of the solution, and particularly when it comes, as you said, to badgers, when you look around the world, there's no country that I think I know of where they've eliminated TB in cattle without eliminating it in whether it's possums or badgers or the equivalent wildlife, right? Which is why I think culls are important, and you'll see that in our manifesto. I can give you that reassurance and commitment today. And again, we are the only party at this election who can give you that commitment to demonstrate to you that I understand what you're going through. I know what it takes to back you. That's what you will always get from us. Right. I think we got time for one more. Yeah, perfect. Sir.
I don't think I need this. So.
Great.
You've travelled quite a way today to come here. Well, you didn't come quite as far as I travelled as far as I did. I came from Sydney, Australia. But let me say this, as a broad general statement, from what I've listened to in the last couple of weeks that I've been in this country, and I've seen and heard what the opposition is saying, that they're targeting things that they believe you haven't. And then they say they're going to grow the economy. Well, that's important to all of you, whether you're in farming country or whether you're in manufacturing or whatever. And the only way, as the Prime Minister would know, the only way you grow the economy is to create the environment in which the private sector can thrive and grow. Governments don't generate, they encourage, they provide the platform from which that part of the sector of our community can thrive. And I'm sorry, but if Labour get in, they're going to do the exact opposite. They're going to impede the very people who want to grow and continue with what you've developed in this country. And so, Prime Minister, please, on behalf of all the local farmers, business people and everyone else, keep it doing what you're doing, because it's absolutely critical to the welfare of this nation.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for that. That's probably a good note for me to end on by saying this, and that is the type of country that I want to build. I talked about my small business background, but ultimately all of you are how we grow the economy. Right? It's people like you who are working incredibly hard, trying to build something for your families that you want to pass on to them, which, by the way, Labour today just again confirmed they will not support agricultural property relief, right, which is a £600,000 tax bill for an average farm wanting to pass that on to the next generation. Right? I don't believe in that. I believe in a country where we support aspiration, where we support people who are working hard, ambitious for their futures, taking risks like all of you do. I know it's not easy, right? And you should be applauded for that. You should be supported for that. And that's why we're cutting your taxes across the board to create that environment for all of you, to reward your risk-taking, your innovation, because that's how we'll build an incredible country. Right? And if we can build an incredible country where people like all of you are thriving, where your hard work is rewarded, we can achieve great things. I know the last couple of years have been tough. They've been tough for all of you. They've been tough for everyone. But we have now turned a corner thanks to everyone's resilience and sacrifice. Inflation down, the economy growing, wages rising. Right? The future is there for us. If we get this right at this election, if you put me back in Downing Street, I can deliver for all of you. Right? We are going to do the big, bold things that are necessary. We've got a plan that is working, and more importantly than all of that, right, my values are your values, and we will build a country founded on those values of opportunity, of aspiration, of security. Right? That is what all of us believe, and that is what I can deliver for all of you. So thank you very much for having me here today. It's been a great pleasure.